Good morning, councillors. Good morning to the members of Executive present with us. I'll deal with that shortly. And good morning to those joining us through the digital gallery. And I just note that we continue to have restrictions on access due to COVID limitations and spacing, which mean we continue to rely on the services of the digital gallery for access to the meeting by the public. In declaring the meeting open, I would again acknowledge the traditional owners of the lands on which we meet and also the lands that form the footprint of our great region. In doing so, I pay respects to their elders, past, present, and those emerging, and also congratulate them on their continued nurture of culture in this place. I note a full attendance of councillors with the footnote that Councillor McConnell is attending remotely today to satisfy some health concerns. I note the absence of the CEO, who was notified early this morning that he was unwell and not able to attend today. Notify similarly that the GM Asset and Environment Sustainability is not able to be with us today for similar health concerns. I note therefore that the GM Council Sustainability is serving as the acting CEO today. I note that the GM Customer and Regional Prosperity is also absent from the meeting today, and we have with us Deborah Moore, who is serving as the acting Customer and Regional Prosperity GM. Thank you. And we have, of course, the GM People and Strategy with us in person. Thank you. I note that's where we're at the moment, and we'll deal with some other matters around leave of absence when we get to 10.1. So I've noted those apologies and those absences. Now turn to prayers, and I believe Wes Bust from the Fassifern Salvation Army is with us. And Wes, thank you for making time to join us for prayers this morning, and we're in your hands.
No worries at all.
Over to you, sir.
Okay, let's pray together. Loving God, we ask that as we pause this morning, that you would grant healing for those that are impacted at this time through the pandemic and other illnesses and ailments that they may be facing. We ask that as we pause at the beginning of this meeting, that you would give wisdom to those that need to make decisions on our behalf, and that the broader Scenic Rim would continue to thrive into the future, because we are doing all that we can to create a space for communities to thrive, and that you would guide our thoughts and our steps and our decisions today. We pray these things in your name. Amen.
Thank you, Wes. Greatly appreciated that you take the time and you have that continued support. We note that you do maintain a busy schedule serving in... Sorry, I think you might have been hearing that anyway. Apologies, I haven't... Thank you, Wes, just in case you hadn't heard, because my microphone's off. We appreciate that you have a busy schedule, and would understand that you may now wish to head off and continue your service in community. Thank you very much.
Indeed. Thank you.
Councillors, we move to item 5 on today's agenda. Are there any declarations concerning matters before council today? Okay. There are no I note go to item 6. There are no announcements or minutes for today's meeting. I've been advised of announcements. I've not been advised of any deputations that have been arranged or presentation of petitions. Move to item 8 of the agenda, which deals with the confirmation of minutes. And there are 2 separate sets of minutes, and I just ask the acting CEO to comment, please.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to bring the attention to item 8, and in particular the draft minutes being considered for the special meeting of the 12th, held on the 12th of January 2022. In the attempt to expedite the normal process to try and get those into the meeting, we haven't necessarily allowed the adequate process to ensure that they're a true and accurate reflection of the day that they're accounted for. I would like to seek council to withdraw those, and so that we're able to apply the necessary process and have those at the next ordinary meeting for confirmation, if suitable. Under section 254F of the local government regulations, the minutes must be confirmed by councillors by vote. So by councillor either withdrawing them or voting them down as not being true and accurate as a reflection, they can then be amended accordingly to reflect the day.
And you're requesting to withdraw them?
Requesting to withdraw, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Swanborough.
Just a question to the acting General Manager.
Acting CEO.
CEO. Acting CEO, sorry. Does that mean that these minutes won't be finalised then for another fortnight going to the next meeting?
In the best interest, we can have, they'll be finalised, they'll be confirmed at the next ordinary. In terms of seeking confirmation, depending on the availability of time, we can look to finalise those post the meeting today at the workshop forum, in terms of making sure that they're accurate, so that when they're provided at that agenda meeting, that goes through the necessary process.
Thank you. So I believe you've advised us you wish to withdraw them. I don't believe that requires further action unless councillors are opposed to that action by the acting CEO for those reasons, to allow proper process. For we have the minutes of the meeting of the 7th of December before us that have had proper time for scrutiny by councillors and consideration. And we do have a recommendation before us that I will read, that the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on the 7th of December 2021 be adopted. Councillors, I table that and seek a mover. Councillor Enright, are there any questions to those minutes? If not, seek a seconder. I believe Councillor West, you had your hand there before. Any further discussion, Councillor Enright? No. Anyone wishing to speak additionally? If not, we put the motion regarding the adoption of the minutes of the 7th of December. Those in favour? Can I hear from you, Councillor McConnell? Yes. Yes, thank you. You might just turn your microphone up a touch for us, or we might turn it up on this end if we can. Thank you. Thank you. That's unanimously carried. Thank you, councillors. We move to item 9, business arising from those minutes.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
If I could just have a look at item 10.2, which was our first motion in relation to COVID-19, in which the council resolution was the council advocated as a matter of urgency to the Queensland Government involving the council acknowledge and recognise the concerns of community members that support a pro-choice COVID-19 vaccine approach, and the council implored that the Queensland Government only include in the COVID-19 public health directions mandatory requirements that demonstrate strong risk-based assessment to avoid dividing our community by placing severe mental and financial hardship on our local business owners, our employees, residents and members of the public. I believe that we have had a reply from State, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor, we haven't had a reply to that correspondence. As I indicated when I shared, there is a response to the earlier correspondence, the previous correspondence. However, as again I shared to councillors that information the other day, we will seek leave from the relevant parties to be able to table that response publicly. At this stage, we have to work through that process to have that permission to share it. I guess so that was the response that we received as I've read it, was to the first correspondence, not to the second correspondence at this stage, Councillor. So that's
the one on the 10th of January?
I think it was dated by them, that date, yeah. Councillor, yes.
It just seems to contain a reply to what we were asking.
Councillor, it actually deals with both of those correspondences had very similar content and intent to them. And so it is unclear whether it's a response to both or a response to one. However, regardless, we are seeking to be able to release that publicly.
Sure. Okay. So when they send us a letter, we just can't, that details questions that we've asked them. Well,
Councillor,
it just seems to be the logical time to relay that.
Councillor, I'm concerned that you didn't raise this, given that I corresponded to you the other day when I became aware of the response. I've shared it to councillors, and advised at the time what would be the next steps to try to be able to share that publicly. I'm a bit disappointed that you've opened this conversation this way.
Thanks for that, Mr. Mayor, but I just reread your email and you talked about it. So, okay, no worries. We can leave it to a later date, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
And that's the purpose. I shared it to councillors under a particular context. But thank you. As soon as we're able to. Any other matters arising from previous minutes, councillors?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Swanborough.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, in accordance with the last ordinary meeting, item 11.1, which is confidential under closed section 254J3 in brackets FNI, and reference number C/20/00809 and items 2, 3 and 4, I admit in accordance with 6B of that recommendation.
Sorry, councillor, I'm not sure that's completed in full what the wording was. I'd turn to the acting chair of that matter because I wasn't involved. Councillor Enright, please advise whether that adequately satisfies what was the intent of that.
Thank you, Mayor. The intent of the item 11.1, inappropriate conduct matter, the intent, it was twofold. And if I read from the minutes of the meeting, the motion that was carried unanimously was that in accordance, item 6, in accordance with the Local Government Act 2009, section 150AH, Council imposed the following orders on Councillor Swanborough. A, that Councillor Swanborough must attend training on Code of Conduct for councillors in Queensland being held on Tuesday the 14th of December 2021, and B, that Councillor Swanborough must make a public admission at the next ordinary meeting being held on the 18th of January 2022 that he is engaged in inappropriate conduct on allegations 2, 3 and 4. So to answer your question, Mayor, I don't think that Councillor Swanborough's response has quite fulfilled the orders as opposed to the motion that was moved unanimously.
Sorry,
Mr. Mayor. If I could step in, my interpretation is what's stated in the resolution. It's been fulfilled before we do any further. Has been fulfilled. If there was any other particulars required in action, it should be clearly spelt out in the resolution, admitting to those 3 items 2, 3 and 4 carries out the requirement of the resolution.
Can you clarify, has that fulfilled both parts A and has both parts A and B of that been fulfilled?
On this day, only part B to date, Mr. Mayor.
Noted. Thank you. Thank you for those clarifications. We move to item 10, the business of the meeting. We move to item 10.1, and we have, in the absence of the CEO belatedly, the acting CEO will take carriage of these items, and if we have any confusion about it, we may need to take adjournments to gather clarity.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, item 10.1 is a leave of absence that was received from Councillor Derek Swanborough. Obviously, at the time of going to print, the matter at hand was in action. I believe now Councillor Swanborough is in attendance, and the matter as such can be withdrawn. I don't have the full details, Mr. Mayor, and I'm not privy. I believe the CEO was sent the full details, so I'm not aware of those unless Councillor Swanborough is willing to.
So you're seeking just to withdraw?
Just to withdraw, unless there's any other. I believe all necessary requirements have been met in the advice to the CEO. I'm not across the exact details. However, the requirements have been met to seek the withdrawal, and Councillor Swanborough is now in attendance today.
Okay. So item 10.1, advice by the acting CEO withdrawn. Okay. Item 10.2.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item 10.2 is around the formation of the Council of Mayors SEQ 2032 Regional Working Group. The report at hand is fairly intuitive in its own. I'll take it that it's been read and open to field any particular questions around it, or you may be able to divulge further on those as well. What it is, Mr. Mayor, is that the ComSec is seeking to form a working group. Obviously, everyone's aware that around the Brisbane 2032 as being the host of the games. Don't know what further I can add, Mr. Mayor. If there's any particular queries in regards to it, the recommendation is there as it stands.
Perhaps, councillors, the correspondence that supported this is quite complete. If it's helpful to the benefit of the meeting to clarify, the summary is Council of Mayors South East Queensland were the key activators for the pursuit of the Olympic and Paralympic Games for South East Queensland, and that was seen as a way to accelerate the value recovery from a proposed city deal, which is still being progressed, to ensuring the right investments from all levels of government for an efficient and effective integrated South East Queensland. The Olympic Paralympic bid has been successful. However, the formal structures that are being put in place are under the auspices of the state and federal government, and that has a very limited participation. And this is about having a reference group on behalf of the councils of the Council of Mayors to provide efficient contribution and input to those discussions and to those deliberations, to ensure that the process of getting on with the urgent delivery of those matters is accelerated. Significantly for us, what has been publicly identified is the participation of a venue at Wyaralong Dam and potential satellite housing at Corralbin, which then it creates the need to think about what that looks like from an infrastructure point of view moving forward. So this reference group is about providing input to that thing from a working group point of view to advise collectively. I hope that's helpful, councillors. So, Councillor West, did you have a question?
I just had a question, Mayor, and this may be, I was just wondering about the frequency of these meetings, or is that something that will be discussed and decided perhaps at that March meeting? Are they quarterly?
I expect they will be on a needs basis. I would anticipate, like any of these things, there will be some significant need in the first 12 to 18 months, some lesser need in between, and perhaps then some tighter need closer to 2032, which who knows, I can't talk about what happens beyond a term, but there's certainly a very long time frame. But the urgency that everyone has recognised is the need for well-informed decision making in this next 12 to 18 months to ensure we don't collectively end up with a failed outcome in South East Queensland.
Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Swanborough?
Yes, just a question, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, these appointments, is it envisaged that they stay in place in perpetuity, or can they be resolved by this council or a future council to rotate any of those positions going forward? Just what is the position?
Well, Councillor, like any of the appointments that we determine by resolution of council, as opposed to are identified by structure of another organisation, which is subtly different, we can always review, like we do each year with all of the appointments to other groups and reference groups, and the consideration at the moment was about, and I believe the recommendation today is informed by who's had most involvement with this so far and who has the closest ability to influence most quickly in this conversation. And that does not preclude further consideration in the future, given conflicting workloads or other matters. Councillor Enright?
Thank you, Mayor. Just, I think, stating the obvious that's in the report, and I just wanted to confirm the position of a proxy in the Mayor's absence is identified as the Division 4 representative, and I just wanted to confirm that that is for the Division 4 representative, not the Deputy Mayor role.
Thank you, Councillor. If I were to speak to that again, the indicated footprint, whilst Wyaralong sits into the boundary of Division 6, the practicality is that the majority of the focus for infrastructure, and certainly for the major challenge potentially for athlete village and athlete transport, all rest within the footprint of Division 4. And therefore it was seen that Division 4 has the greatest community connected interest in being the proxy to that matter at this time, because that's where the majority of the challenges reside. The developments at Wyaralong rest outside of council footprint, whereas the other matters around transport and potentially housing do sit directly into our, the Wyaralong precinct sits on SEQ water control rather than councils.
No. Thank you, Mayor. I think part of Wyaralong Dam sits in Division 4 as well.
Yeah.
Not sure where the border is, Duncan, but somewhere in mid, somewhere off. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Councillor Chalk, Councillor Chalk was shaking to a question.
Yeah, I'm just with the recommendation in front of us there. It says councillor representing Beaudesert. Should that be changed to councillor of Division 4, because our boundaries always change and we all actually represent Beaudesert, so that doesn't make much sense.
That may have been a technical. Thank you for that clarification. Councillor Swanbury, you had a further.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Look, I appreciate the reasons that you put forward, but there could be other reasons apart from just infrastructure, which would, potentially add value to this working group, and things like experience, working in the games and recreational sphere at different levels, for instance. And I think we just need to be cognizant this is just not about infrastructure necessarily.
Councillor, if I could comment to that, I think we just need to, the colloquial term would be take a chill pill about what the scope and capacity of this working group will be. It's been the subject of a fair bit of public commentary already, that the formation, clearly the oversight of this of the preparation for the Olympic game rests with the Premier as the leader of that, and that the structures that sit under that and deal with the preparations for all of those things, Councillor, which we all have a wide range of experiences and diverse experiences with, does not actually come down to the formation of decisions in that regard. That's why this is a working group of considering the implications more so from councils than it is about the creation of the master plan. It will be providing information I expect, of the challenges and questions that need to be addressed. However, there will be a very clear structure, as this indicates, a very tightly managed multi-tier structure under the oversight of a very specifically designated structure, which is the nature of how the Olympics operates in the modern regime. So this is a working group that will not have any level of decision authority in terms of the execution of the 2032 Olympics. That's why I say, I use that colloquial term, we just need to take that chill pill about what the level of authority that might rest in this body is. Councillor Knight.
Mayor, I take Councillor Chalk's suggestion before, and noting your advice on taking a chill pill on this one, and we're only talking about the position of proxy, and I probably only raised it as far as clarification, though I'm concerned about changing that recommendation to include Division 4, because in the next 10 years, the population growth in Bay Desert is likely to increase. All of the indications are for significant growth in this corridor, which then may mean that divisions of our region are divided up, where potentially there could be 2 or 3 councillors for Bay Desert, and Division 4 may or may not be where it is. And I'm wondering whether that wording may be best reverting back to representing predominantly the Bay Desert and maybe even Coralban areas as being an area to cover what is only a very minute aspect of this recommendation.
Could I just, again, this is still sitting as the recommendation of the CEO and the acting CEO. Would the acting CEO consider wording, and I'd suggest some wording with the divisional councillor representing Bay Desert and Coralban, comma, currently Division 4, comma, act as proxy. Would that be comfortable? That deals to both of those matters. It identifies the alignment of the physical areas.
Procedurally, Mr. Mayor, the recommendation is as it is. When that comes into the motion, happy for the...
You're happy. Yeah. You're happy with your recommendation as it is. You don't want to amend it. Thank you.
And happy for the motion.
Consider that by amendment. I was thinking whether you were comfortable to amend your recommendation. No. We will deal with it in the motion. We will deal with it potentially once this, if we take this forward as a motion, we will then have to an amendment to it to create a motion. No. So change this back then to where you were. You agreed to this?
We did agree to that.
Okay. So any other questions to the matter? Councillor McInnes.
Probably a comment, Mayor. And I don't think it's been emphasised enough, the whole Commonwealth, whole Olympic Games success of the Council of Mayors in 2015, and especially led by the former Lord Mayor of Brisbane, Graham Quirk, who actually did a lot of heavy lifting here to get these games, and it'll be a great thing for South East Queensland and the infrastructure of South East Queensland. And I think it's an opportunity to just reinforce how dominant and what a great job councillor mayors have done there, especially then, but since then also.
And in light of that comment, certainly, councillor, whilst it was identified then, the real heavy lifting began late in 2016, as those councillors who were part of council at the time will recall that there was a request to fund some of the informing studies to evidence what that value could be, and to begin that journey with real aligned commitment and investment. And that certainly has borne fruit. So those are just for completeness. It's good to see those matters carried through. So we have a recommendation before us. Acting CEO, would you please introduce that recommendation?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The recommendation for item 10.2 is that council nominate the mayor as its representative at meetings of the Council of Mayors SEQ 2032 regional working group, with the divisional council representing Division 4 to act as the proxy if required, and the outcome be entered into the councillor representation schedule.
Thank you. Seek a mover. Seeker mover? No. Righto. Councillor West, thank you. Now, now that that is resting on the table, are there further questions, councillors?
May I move an amendment to the recommendation, please?
Councillor Enright, you wish to propose an amendment?
I would propose that the words representing Division 4, where are we? Where were those words? To provide extra clarity, that the reference to the Divisional Council representing Division 4 should be changed to include the Divisional Councillor representing Beaudesert and Coralbin. And remove the words Division 4, as we're not sure what in the future that might be.
Councillor Enright, do you have a question to that, Councillor McGuinness?
Yes, I was just wondering if Councillor Enright had given thought if the division happens not to, a division happens not to include both of those centres at a future date, because I think it's, and I think the present Division 4 would make more sense. Yeah.
Well, can I suggest that the words predominantly be added in?
Yeah, could be. Yeah.
Predominantly representing Beaudesert and Coralbin.
So that predominantly preceding. Put your microphone on, Councillor. I believe, just to help the Councillor have his microphone off, I believe the suggestion is that the word predominantly goes before representing.
Predominantly representing Beaudesert and Coralbin. Yes. So, and I take Councillor McGuinness's point, and I did consider that, and I think by predominantly gives the opportunity for any future council to consider the best representative as a proxy. And we're only talking about the proxy, and we're talking about potential growth that will potentially change that for Beaudesert.
Just a question, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Yes.
Is there assumption here that Wyaralong Dam is always going to be in Beaudesert, and that in any boundary realignment that it's going to stay in the town of Beaudesert, or how do we know that?
Is that a question? Sorry, I think the question to Councillor Knott.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Swanborough. And I also considered that there's potential that that boundary may change. However, the population growth in that area in voter numbers would be minuscule. So the boundary realignments are usually based around population. So not many people living in and around that area. So, but I think to the point earlier is that the majority of community engagement will come from the Beaudesert and Coralbin communities. So the divisional boundary really isn't that significant. It's more about the community engagement that would be attached to the potential events in that area.
Perhaps an additional clarification to that question, Councillor, is that the Wyaralong, the footprint that's anticipated at Wyaralong is under SEQ water control, not public, not council lands. It's SEQ water controlled, and developments in that space are likely to involve the likes of Rowan Queensland and SEQ water oversight, rather than a large population impact, because it's not a space where we have a large resident population to be engaged. It's a bit of an anomalous circumstance. Okay, so we have a proposed amendment from Councillor Enright. Do I have a seconder? The amendment, Councillor McGuinness. You wish to speak to the amendment, Councillor?
No, thanks, Mayor. I think that's been clarified.
Anyone wishing to speak against the amendment? Anyone wishing to speak additionally to the amendment? We put the vote on the proposed amendment. Those in favour?
Councillor McConnell, yes.
That's unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Now we move back to the original mover. Are you comfortable to continue with your motion with that amendment?
Yes, I am, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor West. Are there any further questions now to the complete motion? If not, I then seek a seconder. Councillor Enright. Councillor West, do you wish to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Mayor. Really just to say this is a very important working group for the Scenic Council to be involved in, and obviously holds great importance for the South East Queensland. And the fact that we have a venue which has been designated for the Olympic Games is particularly important, that we make sure we have the right infrastructure and everything in place.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? No. We put the motion. Those in favour?
Councillor McConnell, yes.
It's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We move to item 10.3, which is page 11 in the agendas, councillors.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Item 10.3 is the Audit and Risk Committee meeting. As per the legislative requirements, the CEO is required to furnish a report to Council following the staging of a Audit and Risk Committee meeting. Council held a Audit and Risk Committee meeting on the 18th of November, and to satisfy that requirement, a synopsis of what was discussed at the meeting is provided in the body of the report, and the consideration is now sought from Council around receiving that report. The report itself is detailed in the items that were provided for on the day. Open to seeking any questions or clarity around those, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any points for clarification to the report, councillors? I would just make a comment that it's this is another example of the increasing transparency that we've been working towards and achieving, because no such reports were previously in prior existence were tabled to council. So it's good that we're now moving forward to the process where we're bringing these forward on a regular basis, and still respecting the importance of confidentiality of certain things in the deliberations of the audit and risk for their independence, but also keeping councillors generally aware, and obviously then public through this meeting. Any questions to the content of the report again? If not, I ask the Acting CEO to introduce the recommendation on this matter.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The recommendation for item 10.3 is that Council receive the report provided on the Audit and Risk Committee meeting held on 18 November 2021.
Thank you. I seek a mover, Councillor Enright. Further questions, councillors? Any further discussion to the matter? If not, I seek a seconder, Councillor McGuinness. Do you wish to speak further to your motion, Councillor Enright?
Thank you, Mayor. I endorsed your comments earlier about the increased transparency and certainly the work of our Audit and Risk Committee, supported also by our governance staff and the Principal Specialist Internal Audit and Improvement. The committee themselves, led by Chair Stephen Coates and the external representative Melissa Jacobs, the Mayor and myself. It is a very well functioning committee that I believe provides a very important role in this organisation.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? If not, we put the motion. Those in favour?
Councillor McConnell, yes.
It's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We move to item 10.4 and we note again the presence of the acting GM, Customer and Regional Prosperity, and also now officers who may assist with these next items. We turn to you, acting GM.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This report is around the COVID-19 community grants program. We actually ran round one, so this is the economic stimulus package 3. We actually ran round 1 and then there was money left over in that budget. So we sought endorsement from council for an additional round 2, which was released on the 10th of November and closed on the 10th of December. So part of that was to enable us to release more money to the community and address the financial hardship that they have experienced during this COVID period. So as part of that, council delegated authority to the Chief Executive Officer to undertake any actions that were required and to be able to get those grants paid out to those community groups in December, which has been done. So what we're putting before you today is those round 2 of grants which were put out to the community and those organisations that were successful in those grants.
Thank you. Councillors, it's a fairly good recap of where we've come on this. You have the detail in there. Are there questions to the report? Councillor Enright.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a question regarding 2 organisations that I'm not familiar with. The Maybin J Yila apologies if I didn't quite get the pronunciation correct, and Starting Strong organisation. I just wanted to know a little bit more about those 2 organisations. Thanks.
Thank you for that question, councillor. I don't know a lot about MJY, but it is a Indigenous community organisation that operates within this region. I just would need to find out the location for you. The Starting Strong is actually one of our healthy and active providers that provides programs out at Canungra and Beachmont and has run some very successful programs out there with children and in the school holiday as part of that program. My apologies.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there further questions to this report? Further clarifications, councillors? If not, sorry. You'll be able to get to that in a moment. I'll invite that a bit more perhaps when we get to the point of discussion. But there are no further clarifications. Welcome any additional comment if you wish, councillor, if it's valuable to this process.
Thank you, Mayor, and I would like to pass on some feedback from groups that have received the funding, and they have been extremely grateful. And for many, it has been a very difficult time. So these funds have been very much appreciated. If I could provide some feedback about one of the groups who were ineligible, and I understand we do need to have a criteria, and this one was particularly for over the 200,000 turnover. My reference is to the local kindy, but is it community kindy? The way that their funding is coordinated, the CNK Queensland provide the money for wages which go through their books, which then puts them over that threshold. whereas a lot of the operations of the organisation are done by volunteers. So there's the usual president, secretary, treasurer. So there's almost like two parts of the organisation. And I just put out there that an eligibility criteria based purely on turnover may not always provide the best outcome.
So, Councillor, I think that's probably, I've left some latitude there, but as I often try to do, but I've noted, and maybe a matter for further consideration. I would just again remind the room that councillors did spend time concluding with advice from officers what were the right criteria to get the balance right on this occasion. So we recognised there were challenges when we did that. Acting GM, would you please introduce the recommendation?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the recommendation is that council endorse retrospectively the actions previously delegated by council to the Chief Executive Officer in awarding the allocation of funds and expediting payments as part of the Scenic Rim Economic Stimulus Package 3 COVID-19 Community Stimulus Fund for the COVID-19 Community Grants Round 2 for a total of $16,606.47 to the groups as in the mentioned table. I hope you're okay if I don't read that table out.
I'll accept that latitude. And you've got a part 2.
And that council provide relevant feedback and advice to unsuccessful grant applicants to continue building capacity of the community sector and their ability to apply for grants.
Thank you. Seek a mover. Councillor Chalk. Further questions, councillors? Any further discussion? If not, seek a seconder. Councillor West. Councillor Chalk, you wish to speak?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, this is quite pleasing to see. I think it's hit the right mark with it. It's not a lot of money to us, but to these organisations it would be really helpful through this time. So, you know, I think they'd be very pleased with this outcome, and I'm really pleased with it, and I'll recommend it for everybody.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? Councillor West.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I concur with Councillor Chalk's comments, but I just want to mention, having attended the Moriarty Park meeting last night where the Canungra Owls they were extremely grateful for their $1,500 that they received. And certainly, as mentioned, there've been a number of operational costs that have been difficult for these community groups to recoup. So,
thank you. Anyone else seeking leave to speak additionally? If not, we put the motion. Those in favour?
Councillor McConnell, yes.
That's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We move to item 10.5 on page 29 of our report. And again, Acting GM, we're in your hands.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is around the digital engagement platform and the Let's Talk Scenic Rim, and I'd like to hand over to the officers to give an overview of this and to answer any questions, please.
Thank you, and good morning, officers, for joining us. Please continue.
Thank you for this opportunity, councillors and Mayor, obviously. Let's Talk Scenic Rim is the council's digital engagement platform. This is an action coming out of the community engagement strategy that was endorsed in December last year. We are currently looking to soft launch the platform. This is a landing page only at this point in time for people to be able to register. In the coming weeks, we will be launching with actual projects. The official launch date we are looking to go online with is February 2nd, 2022. At the moment, what you will see is a portal with a landing page. It's a brief piece of information, the opportunity to register with just half a dozen demographic questions to get you on board. The About Us page is a page attached to it that explains a little bit more about community engagement in general and what Scenic Rim Regional Council's intent is in renewing and invigorating community engagement as a practice across the region. Once the platform is officially live, anyone that's registered in this soft launch phase will receive an email to let them know that projects have gone live on February 2nd. The official launch, you will see a variety of projects. 2 in particular will be seeking actual consultation at that time, and that's the draft growth management strategy and the customer experience satisfaction survey. Sorry, I've got to get my tongue around the names. Other projects will be on that platform as well that will include a variety of information but are not currently open for consultation, but we'll keep people up to date. The intent of the entire platform is a whole of project life project page on all individual projects that we seek to consult the community on. They will include a variety of information, including an introduction, opportunities to give points of view, ideas and feedback, but also include documents that are relevant to each project, key dates, including the consultation open period, as well as a life cycle. And that shows at any given point in time when you look at that page where that project is currently at. The project categories are open for consultation, where we're currently open for community to provide feedback. Projects in progress are projects that are already engaged, we've already engaged on and are either waiting out for a report or to close out or for a next stage of consultation. And project outcomes is the third category, where these projects are completed and any outcomes and or reports can be found on their page. On the About Us page, there are also frequently asked questions that explain a little bit more about the registration, why we need added information to ensure that we have complete conversations and are obviously reaching out to the entire region. Are there any questions pertaining to the platform?
Thank you for that introduction. Councillors, questions? Councillor Enright.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Lynn. I note your comment about it being a soft launch, and I think that's fine. I'm just thinking about how it is that we'll be distributing the information throughout the region, so their awareness of where to go to the portal and what the plan is for that distribution of information.
Part of the process, we'll have a media release go out following the council meeting. We have also now received in the building some postcards that will have a brief amount of information on the back. They will include the actual address of the site, but also a QR code. It's very on trend at the moment to be able to scan in, and this will take you immediately to the homepage of the platform. These are not date imperative, so this is ongoing collateral that we will use to make sure that people can have their hand on the links to it. We'll also, as a part of the official launch, go a little bit harder with the communications and ensure there's a wide variety of mediums that we reach out through, including the social media, Facebook, LinkedIn and so forth, and there'll be posters going out. I personally will be delivering some postcards out to our libraries and our customer contact centres today to ensure the community can pick them up. And I've also packaged some up that will be available to Mayor and councillors later on today in your pigeonhole, so you can distribute to anyone we might not be seeing.
Thank you, Lynn. Will direct emails be used as well?
No. Direct emails to anyone that registers will notify them when the platform has actually gone live with the actual projects. So anyone that registers in the next couple of weeks, I'll send an email blast out on the day to let them know, okay, the projects are now live. We have actually put an article in Scenic Living that's gone out with the rates notice, so people receiving their rates notice this week and next will have an article on it, and it also has the address to go to the site. That's part of the reasoning around the soft launch, is to make sure if we're starting to get material out, people need somewhere to go in the first instance. The reasoning for projects not going live until February is traditionally we don't engage during January. It's a very challenging time for a lot of people, including going back to school, which of course is now being postponed. But the projects were planned to launch with their engagement in February, so that's why we're launching the platform with that.
And through you, Mr Chair, Councillor, just that query, we just got to make sure we have that level of assurance to those people signing up that their email address is for this particular and not other directed campaigns or anything else. So what they're signing up for is to participate in the Let's Talk Scenic Rim.
And just to clarify also, that a monthly electronic newsletter will go out to those email addresses of people that are registered on the platform, just to keep them up to date, to let them know of any new projects that have gone on board, or it might actually report back on reports that have been uploaded and outcomes on some of the projects, and that's just once a month. But it is strictly, the database through this platform is strictly for that platform.
Thank you for that clarification. Further points for clarification, councillors? Sorry, Councillor Chaw? No, sorry. If not, councillors, there is a recommendation there. I'll ask the acting GM to introduce.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The recommendation is that council endorse the launch of the digital engagement platform, Let's Talk Scenic Rim, scheduled for the 2nd of February 2022. Thank you.
Thank you. Seek a mover. Councillor Enright. Further questions, councillors? Any further discussion to this matter? If not, seek a seconder. Councillor Swamborough. Councillor Knight, you wish to speak?
Thank you, Mayor. Well, this is a very exciting program and an exciting time for our region to move into this digital engagement platform, Let's Talk Scenic Rim. This is one of the most important things that we can do, is engage with our communities, and I see this as a very important tool to use that. Never has there been a time in our history where the impacts of COVID have created challenges with face-to-face engagement, and I think the timing of this is absolutely perfect, and also very important for the launch of our growth management strategy and the opportunities for engagement of our community as well. So I commend the staff on the preparation to get to this stage and look forward to engagement by our community to give us valuable feedback. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak against? Councillors, anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? I would take leave just to add a comment. We've been on a constant journey with previous signing off of strategies and approaches that will continue to improve both our transparency and our engagement. Councillors, what we've witnessed with the forced restrictions on physically present galleries during COVID is that we've had a significant increase of audience through the digital platform. And this as a mechanism today for expanding the audience for consultation for parties who have a genuine and relevant interest in matters is a great step forward. It will come with those usual challenges when you open those up for dealing with that feedback, but that's part of what we're seeking, is to be able to understand how those issues play out. And this is a great step forward, and I commend the officers for pursuing this in fulfilment of our commitment in the strategy for engagement, and look forward to seeing how this unfolds. Anyone else wishing or seeking leave to speak additionally? If not, we've put the motion. Those in favour?
Councillor McConnell, yes.
Carried unanimously again. Thank you, councillors. We now move to item 10.6. Thank you for joining us for that. We're just having a changeover of officers here to keep the distancing accurate. And we have been joined by other officers now involved with item 10.6, and again, acting GM, we're in your hands at page 33 of the agenda.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to hand this over to the Planning and Development team, because this is all about the Scenic Rim Growth Management Strategy and all the hard work they've put in to get this to where it is at the moment, which I'd like to congratulate the team on, and I'll hand over to them to give an overview and to answer any questions.
Thank you. This is Heather Nelson, the Principal Specialist for Strategic Planning. I'll just introduce the Scenic Rim GMS. So the Scenic Rim Growth Management Strategy has been developed to provide a planning framework to guide and manage the growth of the region to 2041. The population is expected to reach over 67,000 by 2041, and we need to plan for 11,000 additional dwellings and at least 7,609 new jobs in that period to support that growth. So through the planning scheme, council is required to ensure that there's sufficient land available to accommodate the growth, and the Minister's condition of approval for the planning scheme also required council to prepare this GMS. Overall, the GMS aims to identify the scale, the location and timing of future residential and employment growth in the region, and that's based on the projected needs and population of the population and the community feedback that we received during the development of this GMS. So it's a document that guides future actions, including amendments to the planning scheme and the local government infrastructure plan. And these are subject to a separate plan making process that also involves ministerial approval and separate public consultation. It also includes implementation strategies that include ongoing advocacy for state-led infrastructure and also for the regional plan to support our growth of the region more uniquely. To develop the GMS, it's been supported by the preparation of baseline investigations. So we've looked at the key drivers of change for our region over that period. We've looked at the planning constraints, planning framework matters that apply to our region, especially the regional plan, and our infrastructure capacity. We've looked at residential and employment land supply calculations insofar as how much dwellings and how many jobs can be supported in our region. We've done a housing needs assessment to determine the type of housing that's needed to support our changing and growing population, and we've done an employment land analysis. So while addressing the region as a whole, the GMS focuses on 11 study areas, and these are areas that are included in our urban footprint or rural living areas under the regional plan, and these are basically identified as areas that support growth in our region. So it's shown that our region currently does have sufficient zoned land. However, the strategy is developed that in order to achieve our dwelling supply benchmark of 11,000 dwellings in our time period, we're going to moderately increase the land supply in our urban footprint or rural living areas to provide a broader range of realistic development opportunities to cater for the projected housing needs. So that includes rezoning rural land in Bow Desert to provide for about 2,500 additional dwellings in that time period, enabling limited subdivision at Tamborine and Tamborine Mountain in the rural residential zone with a minimum lot size of 1 hectare. And our figures show that this could result in additional approximately 132 lots at Tamborine Mountain and approximately 258 lots at Tamborine. And consistent with the Queensland Government's regional plan, these limited rural residential living opportunities consolidate the existing settlement pattern in Tamborine and Tamborine Mountain, and they provide those options for rural residential living that are in high demand in our region. Generally, it's found that there's a need to provide for greater housing diversity and more dwellings for small households in all our study areas. There's also a need to plan for residential care and retirement facilities, especially in Tamborine Mountain, Bow Desert and Canungra, to cater for the projected needs of the ageing population and also to provide opportunities for our community to age in place. Overall, the strategy seeks to ensure that the growing population is located in places that are well serviced and our natural assets and productive agricultural land continues to be protected. In regard to land for employment, our region has sufficient land capacity to provide for a range of employment options to 2041. There's some localised issues that might need monitoring or intervention, especially in Canungra, to support more local employment opportunities, and continued advocacy for Bromwellton to realise its potential for employment opportunities for our region is highly recommended. The growth in our region is going to be dependent on the provision of key infrastructure, including upgrades to the Mount Latency Highway, Brongleton East-West Bypass and Inland Rail. We also need to make sure that this growth can be better aligned with supporting trunk infrastructure through our LGIP, and a review of the LGIP is also recommended. So that's our local government infrastructure plan. So we're proposing to make this strategy available for community consultation between the 2nd of February and the 6th of March. It'll be primarily available on the new online engagement platform that was just discussed. And we'd like to encourage anyone who has questions to talk to the strategic planning team, who will be available during that period online or via telephone. Yeah, I guess that's all I want to say to introduce it, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Councillors, there's quite a lot of supporting materials obviously attached to this report, and it's been through quite an extensive process to date. Further questions for clarification to what's before us today, noting that this is about what's getting put forward now to the consultation phase. Councillor Swamborough, clarifications?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, 400 pages of attachments is what we're dealing with in this particular issue, and approximately. And certainly there's a lot of statistical data and supporting evidence to wade through with this study that's been going on since 2019, I believe. My question is, in reading the whole report and all the attached studies, I still don't understand necessarily what has happened in the report where the town of Beaudesert and the town of Gleneagle have been amalgamated together for the purposes of this study. I don't understand why other contiguous areas such as Tamborine Mountain, Tamborine and Canungra would not be amalgamated for the purposes of this study also. And I wonder if I could get a clarification of why this was the case.
Yeah, happy to clarify that. So Beaudesert and Gleneagle share the same urban footprint boundary under the Shaping SEQ regional plan. So it just makes sense. They have a similar, they share the similar infrastructure as well. So the sewage planning, water planning. So Beaudesert is the main town still for Gleneagle Township as well. But basically the boundary for the study areas is the boundary for either an urban footprint or a rural living area in the Shaping SEQ regional plan.
Thank you for that. My next question is, the report talks a lot about, population growth, and talks about, obviously the employment growth and housing suitability and whatever. And the question I had earlier in relation to exactly why we had that amalgamation has been answered. But my next question, which follows, is the whole report does not deal with density when considering the appropriateness of where to put growth. It's well known that Tamborine Mountain people don't want any subdivision on Tamborine Mountain. That's being recognised even in the formation of the current town planning scheme, which has only been alive for 12 months. So my question is, why hasn't the question of density been considered in this whole report for Tamborine Mountain especially?
For Tamborine Mountain has land that's in the rural living area and in the urban footprint under the regional plan. So council's obliged to make sure that we plan for growth in those areas. It was an outstanding matter of the public consultation of the Scenic planning scheme that we look at the policy for growth of Tamborine Mountain carefully again based on the analysis that we've now done for the growth management strategy. And the finding of the growth management strategy is that Tamborine Mountain isn't a suitable place to accommodate significant growth because of the constraints of the land. It's not sewered, and there's significant other constraints like landslide and vegetation as well, and a particular character that the community desires to be protected there. Having said all that, there is a potential to provide for limited growth on the mountain that wouldn't have impacts on infrastructure, provide that rural living opportunity that there's demand for in our region, and also to consolidate the existing pattern of subdivision there with a 1 hectare minimum lot size, which in our view wouldn't really be noticeable in terms of the impacts of urban form where you perceive growth is happening.
Councillor Swanborough, do you have a further question?
Yes, I have quite a few more, Mr. Mayor. The impact wouldn't be noticeable is a value judgment that's being made in this report. I don't think there is any quantitative evidence or evidence that's been obtained even in the consultation that's been done to date that indicates that this would not be noticeable or would have an impact.
Sorry, Councillor.
So
I just ask you to save your comments for a different point. Ask your clarifications at the moment, please, just to keep the separation, please.
My question is in relation to the data for this particular report. It says on page 110 of the attachments to the agenda, which is the actual report, it says that the dwellings as at 2016 on Tamborine Mountain were 2,955. And it says in the table that it's going to increase by, under this proposal, 132 dwellings, and that the total dwellings by 2041 are going to be 3,087. I, as you know, have previously raised this issue, but it is still in the report, which is a strategic document being presented for consultation. I wonder if you could advise how that 3,087 was derived.
Yep, sure. So a consultant prepared these dwelling numbers as the 2016 dwelling numbers based on a study area boundary that we provided. So it's not based on a statistical area. What they did was they looked at the boundary that we provided, which for Tamborine was where there's rural living and urban footprint boundary for Tamborine Mountain. So technically speaking, there's no SA1 boundary that you get from census data that exactly matches that line. So they had to basically concord that data to our boundary, and that's the number that that consultant came up with for Tamborine as a dwelling number for 2016. And then our methodology has to be consistent and fairly basic for the whole GMS, so that's repeatable and just meets the purpose of the GMS. It's just to see the capacity of the land. So it's based on assumption that there's 1 dwelling per lot achieved through growth on Tamborine Mountain. So that 132 additional dwellings is merely the number that would result in the subdivision taken up on Tamborine Mountain. So the land that can be subdivided with this potential policy change, where you can make a 1 hectare lot, would mean that at maximum capacity it's actually 211, but we revised that by looking at the constraints, meaning that some of that land would not be taken up because it's too steep and that sort of thing. You couldn't subdivide it anyway. The number that we came up with after that was 132. So it's just adding that. And that methodology is consistent to see what the capacity of the land is for all of our growth areas.
Mayor, with Councillor Swanborough's approval, could I ask a question that's related to your question? That's okay?
Sure.
Heather, is it possible to provide the information that shows the percentage share of the planned and proposed growth across the study areas of both Tamborine and the Beaudesert area for comparison?
There is a map in the GMS document in Chapter 4 that shows the distribution of planned residential growth in the region based on the growth management strategy. And basically that shows that Beaudesert is expected to take 62.4% of the region's planned growth up to 2041, Tamborine Mountain 0.9% and Tamborine 1.8% in that time. And just for comparison, Buno is 15.3%. So Beaudesert will be taking the lion's share of growth in our region up to 2041. And it shows that, the growth is proportionate based on the services that are available and the capacity of the land.
Thank you, Heather. I think that puts into perspective.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My next question is relating to the Cdm Smith Consultants Report in relation to housing projections, which forms part of this whole suite of documents. And on page 77 of the Cdm Smith Report indicates that in 2020, the households on Tambury Mountain are 3,141, which is more than the number which is proposed in the actual report going for consultation. And it also says in 2041, the proposed housing stock after 20 years of growth is likely to be around 3,586. How do we accord these figures with the figures that are going out for consultation?
Okay, so the Cdm Smith report is an assessment of housing needs, and that's based on projections. And that projections are based on evidence of past growth. So the last period that was reviewed was between 2015 and 2018. And that anomaly also exists in Corralbin, which says that it would grow by another 1,000 people. However, it's our job as planners to put the planning lens over that, look at the land that's available to accommodate the growth in our region as well, and where that's likely to be taken up. So housing projections are just one aspect that informs where and what kind of housing will occur in our region. It doesn't actually mean that that's the number of houses that will be in our region. Growth is something that happens after a projection.
So has there been any ground truthing in relation to these projections before this report was prepared?
Well, we looked at the dwelling number that was provided by Cdm Smith and compared it to what we have as housing numbers. So it does align. I don't think there's any concern there. But like I said, housing projections are one piece of data that inform a planning decision. So, our policy is really to direct growth in certain places, and that is primarily in Beaudesert, because that's where the appropriate land for growth is in our region. And that's where you'll, because of policy interventions, see growth happen. Well, hopefully.
Thank you for those clarifications. Further clarifications,
Yeah,
Councillor?
could I just follow on from that, please, Heather? The historic anticipated growth in the last 10 years, where has it been and what's the actual has happened? Are they anywhere near the mark? And it's not done here all the time, it's outside looking, and I'll have that question for a start off, and another one.
So all our figures come from the Queensland Government Statistician's Office. They're based on census data from the 2015 census, the one before the last one that we had, 2016 census. And as we know, there was one last year, and these will be revised again. But for example, from 2015, our population was revised up by about 5,000 again, but we have seen lower growth again from 2018, and the COVID seems to have had an impact of increasing our growth. So it fluctuates. We're planning for 20 years. So I guess these projections show that 20-year horizon, but they do get revised, and that means also that the GMS may be revised in that time period as well.
Thank you.
Could I also ask, you talk of being sufficient zoned land in for the growth needs. Do you take into account the ownership of this land? And I know it's how long's a piece of string, where there's a number of people who own that land and have no intention in the foreseeable future of ever subdividing that land. These can change
Yeah.
through different circumstances, but sometimes it's not the only thing that should be taken into account. It's could you comment, please?
Yeah, developer intent, land fragmentation are definitely things that get taken into account. And that is one of the main reasons why our strategy proposes to increase our dwelling supply through rezoning, just to make those broader options available to make sure that that land supply can be realistically taken up in that time period. There are a few issues in Beaudesert where land may be a little bit too fragmented. There's no development interest at this point in time, so making a couple more options available may help support that land being taken up to achieve our dwelling supply benchmarks.
Thank you for those clarifications, Councillor Enright.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Heather. Probably just my questions coming back to the public consultation stage of this report, and you touched on the ability for people to engage mostly through the Let's Talk program, but also on phone. My question is what is the plan on the delivery of the information to engage with people to make contact?
Sure. So apart from Let's Talk Scenic Rim, we'll do our traditional newspaper notices in the council ad, so people are aware of that during the consultation period. I like to encourage people to just call us to chat, to find out, ask questions. Due to the COVID situation, we're not going to go ahead with the usual talk to a planner sessions that we conduct in person, say at libraries or other public places at the moment. If we feel like we are not getting the level of engagement that we expect, maybe due to the COVID situation, we do have the option to extend our time period for consultation. There's no problem with that, maybe by a couple of weeks or even 3 weeks. So at the moment, we're thinking the 6th of March would provide enough time, but we'll monitor that. And apart from that, we also do write to a list of stakeholders, including our local Chamber of Commerce groups, wildlife groups, state government agencies. So we'll be writing to them, letting them know about the consultation of the GMS so that they're all informed and they know it's available.
Thank you.
Any further clarifications, councillors? I just seek one clarification. In the recommendation clarifies the requirement for a growth management strategy was a condition imposed upon us in the preparation and presentation of the planning scheme by the state. In terms of the accommodation of population growth, where does that requirement derive from?
That comes from the regional plan. So the regional plan requires us to plan dwelling and employment land supply to those benchmarks that are outlined. So that's the 11,000 dwellings, the 6,700 jobs directed through the regional plan, and planning schemes are required to achieve planning for those benchmarks.
And just to further clarify that, that's the South East Queensland regional plan you're
Correct.
referring to, rather than a council regional plan?
Yeah, the Queensland government's shaping SEQ South East Queensland regional plan.
Thank you. Further clarifications, councillors? If not, we have a recommendation before us in 3 parts. Acting GM, would you please introduce this?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The recommendation is that 1, Council endorse the draft Scenic Rim Growth Management Strategy 2041 for community consultation to inform development of the final strategy. 2, that Council acknowledge the development of the Scenic Rim Growth Management Strategy was necessary to comply with ministerial conditions imposed on the adoption of the Scenic Rim Planning Scheme 2020. And 3, Council delegate authority to the Chief Executive Officer to make minor grammatical, design and formatting changes to the draft Scenic Rim Growth Management Strategy 2041 after its adoption and prior to publishing on Council's website for public consultation.
Thank you. Council, we have a recommendation in 3 parts. Seek a mover. Councillor McGuinness. Further questions? Councillors? Councillor Swanborough?
Yes, my question would be to the principal specialist. What was the result of the consultation in relation to allowing growth on Tambourine Mountain, subdivision on Tambourine Mountain?
Councillor, are you referring to the planning scheme consultation?
No, I'm referring to the initial strategy, that initial consultation that was done last year in relation to this study.
Right. So the survey results are published in the stakeholder engagement report, and that shows the community's feedback on those 3 questions that we asked on preferences for growth from Tambourine Mountain at the time. I think generally there wasn't much support for growth on the mountain, but it was mixed like it always is. I would have to refer again to the report if you would like the specific number right now. I'll just take that question on notice.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions, councillors? Any further discussion? Of course, Councillor Swanborough.
Yes, Mr. In relation to further discussion, Mr. Mayor, I seek leave a procedural motion to table a document which shows pretty well the fallacy of the number on page 110 in the report, which, as I said, I've raised on previous occasions. The document I have is a document from Australia Post addressed to me in relation to a request to identify the number of households on Tambourine Mountain for the purposes of a plebiscite. And that number that came back to me in this particular document says that the number of dwellings on Tambourine Mountain at the moment is 3,094. Now, that's more than 3,087, which is supposed to be the figure that we're going to get to in 20 years' time. So I want to move a motion that this document be tabled, and the document, it also, has a map attached showing the boundaries of that particular request. So I move a procedural motion that that document be tabled.
I think, Councillor, first off, based on past experience, I'm actually going to, I note the time, I'm going to just adjourn there to allow you to ensure that actually we have physical copies for all councillors, because I've got scars from underrepresented documents in the past. So we're going to adjourn. And we'll return to the consideration of this matter and continue on. We will return at 11:05. The meeting is adjourned. Welcome back, councillors and officers and executive, and those joining us in the digital gallery. Thanks for that adjournment. We now have copies of that document that Councillor Swanborough is wishing to table by procedural motion. Motions on the table. Questions to the matter at hand? Councillor Enright.
Thank you, Mayor. Question to Councillor Swanborough. Is it possible that the numbers included in this Australia Post summary advice could include businesses at a street address?
It certainly could include the businesses where their postal address is the same as their business address. That's correct.
That may explain the discrepancy with that of our residential addresses.
Question to the principal specialist. In the context of seeing this document and the earlier comment that there were specific scopes given for the numbers that were provided in the report, which I heard as a clear response earlier. Is there any observation that could lead to the discrepancy that's alluded to by Councillor Swanborough?
Yeah, thank you. I just note the document that I've been given does show a different boundary to the study area boundary that we gave our consultant. And just to reiterate, our consultant was given the task to give us the number of households in that study area boundary as at 2016. So what they did was they counted, they used the census data to tell us the number of households as at that census date in 2016. That is the exact number. And they've given us the methodology and a table of concordance because not all of that study area boundary neatly aligns with a census area boundary, being an SA1, and that's described in the appendix of the Cdm Smith Report, which is provided as consultation material as well.
Thank you for that clarification. So, councillors, if there are no other clarifications, we have a procedural motion before us. Councillor Swanborough, you wish to speak further to your procedural motion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, look, it's quite unsurprising that, there would be some sort of justification to try and dismiss these figures, but this is Tamborine Mountain. This is 99.9% of the boundary that I represent, described on this particular map. And the issue, this is just a baseline information because when we actually conducted the plebiscite, Mr. Mayor, we discovered after adjusting for any wrong deliveries by Australia Post that we were over 200 dwellings short, and that's why we had to do declaration voting because there wasn't enough ballot papers in the original sample size defining that number. So we, in actual fact, the number is probably a couple of hundred votes more than what is in here with Australia Post. And I might add that I also have visited every letterbox on Tamborine Mountain on at least 6 occasions personally. I always print 3,500 envelopes and brochures when I do it, and I always inevitably run out. So the anecdotal evidence, that document I'm tabling is just the baseline. The anecdotal evidence is that there is a lot more than this Australia Post number. And I also say that because I have access to RP data information, which is access that every real estate agent has in Queensland, where you can also draw a map around Tamborine Mountain and you can ask for the number of dwellings and the number of units in an area. Now, that exercise was conducted yesterday, and yesterday that figure comes out at a healthy comes at a healthy, just got to find that particular piece of information on my desk.
Sorry, councillor, if you're wanting to add new information, I'll be wanting to have it validated, and you've asked to table a document. Perhaps focus your comments to the document rather than adding different places.
All right, so Mr Mayor, yeah, and it came out closer to 3,300 households at this particular time, based on the Department of Natural Resources' own database through the search facilities of RP data. So clearly, the document I'm tabling is just the start. There is other evidence. There's on-ground proofing that has gone on here, and I table this document. Whether you can, find any excuses. No one can find excuses for the 20 years of inaccurate data that's just missing in this particular case. So I support the motion to table that document.
Wishing to speak against procedural motion? Councillor Enright.
Mayor, a question to Councillor Swanborough, if I may. Councillor Swanborough, I'm just wondering the relevance to your data when we're talking about growth management strategy for the next 20 years and a 132 additional proposed residential lots, which represents 0.9% of the total increase in residential lots for the region. I'm trying to understand what's the relevance to the existing data as it is, or the number of residents for here, and how that plays out in the planning for the next 20 years when the proposed increase was really minuscule at 0.9% of the region's growth.
I think that's a very relevant question, Mr Mayor, which I'm very happy to answer. The relevance of it is that it understates the real situation on Tamborine Mountain by a huge margin of error. And there is a case trying to be built that we should accept more subdivision on Tamborine Mountain. And I'm going to prove, when we get into open debate on this particular issue, that there's a detrimental effect from this report's conclusion that it's going to be insignificant. No one's going to notice it. It's not going to affect amenity, and everything is going to be sweet, where that is not the view of me, and it's not the view of my residents on Tamborine Mountain. It's very important when you put out a strategic planning document. It's very important for me, and it's very important for Tamborine Mountain, that our strategic planners get this number right, because it forms the basis of a whole lot of other conclusions. And I can't have confidence in this particular document, and my residents can't have confidence if a figure is so wrong, and yet it's been drawn to everybody's attention a number of occasions now, and it still persists to go out. So I've lost confidence in the strategic planning of this document for Tamborine Mountain, and that's the significance of why it needs to be recognised.
Thank you for the response. I will speak against, in light of that comment, very clearly. It's been identified to the meeting that by the officers that proper process has been considered a 2016 date reference time rather than a 2021 date, which the councillor's document now alludes to, but also a very specific scope which has been identified as different to what is the scope for an Australia Post observation. I would also observe, councillors, that Australia Post postcodes do not align with local government boundaries. That is very evident. It's become increasingly evident with the data that's been provided through the COVID overview that I've been grappling with over recent time. it had massive number discrepancies based on postcodes, which highlighted that there were parts of the region that weren't even considered in our region because of their postcode being assimilated elsewhere under other groups. So there will always be some discrepancy in numbers. I note that there's a concern for Councillor Swanborough in this, but to denigrate the whole of the strategic planning process because of a piece of reference that doesn't have the same science applied to it as was identified and has been included with total transparency in the report for consultation purposes, to me is a great concern. I can't support the relevance of this document. Anyone else wishing to speak in support?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a comment in relation to your comment. I didn't denigrate the whole report. I merely referred to the part about what has been planned for Tamborine Mountain. I just need to make that clear.
Sorry, Councillor Enright, you're wishing to speak in support?
May I ask another question?
You may.
Councillor Swanborough. Councillor Swanborough, what would you hope to achieve by tabling this document?
It is evidence of the veracity of what I am saying at the moment.
Okay. Thank you. No other speakers?
Yeah, if I could please.
Councillor McConnell?
Yeah, obviously if there's discrepancies between agencies, and we're not to say that Australia Post is 100% correct, but I think before we actually put this document after the consultation, that we ensure that the figures for housing, and I do note that it's 2016 are the figures that we used, that we do make sure that the figures that are currently there for 2041 are not under what's currently there. So I'll support this on principle.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else wishing to speak against? Councillor Enright?
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to speak against because I think while having data is important, I think a local government, who is the organisation who provides rating advice, we would have a record of information that would confirm the details. I think given the fact that we understand that there are discrepancies in boundaries by postcode, and I know Beaudesert 4285, it is also shared with the neighbouring local government area of Logan. So I think that the priorities of Australia Post are about delivering mail. The priorities of a local government are about understanding what the residents are, and I think our data would provide more relevant information than the data provided by Australia Post.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else wishing to speak for the motion? Councillor McGuinness.
Yes, Mayor. While I acknowledge that this is different from 21 to 16, I think it can add to the basis of just exactly where we are, and it would be interesting to know from Australia Post what their numbers were in 2016, for instance. And I don't see any downside in tabling this, that and staff might be able to follow it up in other forms.
You wish to speak against?
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I just want to mention this hasn't just appeared before us this morning. We've had last year we had a lot of workshops, a lot of discussion. I was just wondering why this information didn't come up back then when the draft was being prepared, please.
Thanks, Councillor Westwell. The very fact is that it did come up And you can ask all the other councillors. I raised this issue in a workshop some time ago, and it seemed to have fallen on deaf ears, obviously.
Just a point to clarify, it was raised and there was an explanation given previously. This document was not presented previously. I think that was the councillor's question.
Yes, that was this particular document, why we didn't receive it back then in the process that we were going through.
Well, the process is that I can't go home and go through my files in a workshop situation and provide written evidence. I mean, that's why we have an ordinary meeting of council, so that we can provide the evidence if necessary. And I guess that's what I'm doing today. I wasn't prepared at that particular time to provide that evidence, and it came up in discussion. I can't foretell everything that's going to be discussed in a workshop.
Okay. Anyone else wishing to speak? Councillor Swanbury, you wish to have a closing comment?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, the core logic data that I did find was 3,674 properties identified where dwellings and units, and when you take away the vacant lots, that comes to 3,378 at the moment. You know, that is nearly 400 blocks more than what is going to be projected for Tamborine Mountain in 20 years' time. I mean, we cannot allow such wide discrepancies, you know, to be written in a document going out to the public, because it provides the wrong analysis on which decisions in relation to strategic planning for Tamborine Mountain are based.
Okay, put the motion. Those in support of the procedural motion to table the attached document.
Councillor McConnell, yes.
Okay, those against? The procedural motion is carried. I'll declare a division because of the absence from the room for Councillor McConnell. Those in favour, divisions 1, 2, 5 and 6. Those against, Mayor, and division 3 and 4. Now we can move back to the table that document. Now can we move back to the where we were before that, which we had the motion. We've got the motion that recommendation be adopted, moved by Councillor McGuinness. We've had further questions. We've had that matter introduced by Councillor Swanborough. No other questions, other discussion. Seek a seconder. Councillor Enright. You should speak to your motion, Councillor McGuinness.
Yes, Mayor, I believe it's a good thing that we try to seek the views of the public in all these cases. Of course, unfortunately, with COVID, it won't be able to be done as well as what it maybe should be done, but that's the world we live in at this point of time. But I think it's important that we move on with this and look at it. And hopefully staff can, if they can recheck these numbers before it goes out, I think it's would be all in the interest, but it's interest of everyone. But I think it's a good idea that we actually do get on with this and move forward.
Thank you. Councillor, speaking against? Councillor Swanborough.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I talked earlier and asked a question about density, which is about, you know, relating future growth, you know, to the area of the land on which the future growth is to be recommended. I want to have a look just to advise the meeting that, you know, Glen Eagle, which is a part of Beaudesert, has a 31.2 kilometre footprint. Beaudesert has a 43.6 kilometre footprint. When you combine those two together, you're talking about a density of 146 persons per square kilometre. When you have a look at Tamborine Mountain, which has a footprint of just 28 square kilometres divided by the population, you have a density of 298 persons per square kilometre, 2.3 times as dense as Beaudesert and Gleneagle. And when we look at the growth figures in the report, we see that the consultants have said from 2011 to 2020, the growth in Beaudesert and Gleneagle has been at 1,535 persons and over the footprint of 74.8 kilometres. That growth is therefore 20.52 persons per kilometre in that 9-year period. If you have a look at Tamborine Mountain, their growth in the consultant's report is 1,090 persons divided by the 28 square kilometres. That represents 38.9 persons have grown per kilometre in that same period of time. So the actual growth per kilometre, which has not been even mentioned in the report anywhere on Tamborine Mountain, is almost double the density that we have contributed to the growth of the Scenic Rim Council in the last 9 years. So that is not being recognised at all in this particular report. And it would appear that the density, I'm all in favour of, the growth in those areas where growth is wanted. But on Tamborine Mountain, the density growth, the density increase that's already occurred in the last 9 years, is having a pressure, is putting pressure on the environment. We are landlocked, we have nowhere to go. Any decision to subdivide on Tamborine Mountain increases the density. It doesn't increase the density in Beaudesert, and it doesn't increase the density in Gleneagle or any other place, because they have land in which to expand, and Tamborine Mountain does it. We have a crumbling road infrastructure, we have lack of water security, lack of government services, shortage of recreation facilities, a pool that's not fit for purpose, a single arterial road across the mountain, increased congestion and noise from traffic, lack of footpaths and recreation trails. We have terrible drainage issues. Habitats and wildlife degradation is occurring from tree clearing, and light pollution of our night sky from more housing are threats to our amenity. As you start subdividing Tamborine Mountain, you are likely to decrease our amenity. If you increase Beaudesert, Gleneagle and anywhere else in this report, the same is not likely to occur. And for that reason, I'm saying that hasn't been considered in this particular report, and it must be a strong consideration from Council in assessing whether future subdivisions should be allowed on Tamborine Mountain.
Speaker 4.
Yeah, if I could, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor McConnell.
Yeah, I'll speak in favour of this motion, because we aren't actually voting to approve this growth management strategy. We're voting to put it out to the public, and the public then get to give their opinion on what's in there, and the planners will then take it back out and bring it back to us. So the fact that we're not approving the strategy, we're just approving it to go out for consultation. I will be voting for this recommendation.
The motion. Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else wishing to speak against? Anyone else seeking leave to speak additionally? Councillor West.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, this is a particularly important document which has been formulated over the last 2 years. I do want to thank the staff for all the hard work they've put into it. It is in a draft form, and I really urge all our community members to take a look at it when it comes out for public consultation. The fact now that public consultation is a lot easier, it will be able to be done online or simply by a phone call. And I would urge people, if they feel a little daunted by the whole thing, but certainly to look at their particular area and certainly have their say about all of the growth, future growth.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone wishing to speak further? Councillor Enright.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to echo those sentiments, certainly to Heather and her team. thank you for the fantastic work to bring the growth management strategy to this stage, to the next important stage of a consultation with our community. I would like to draw everyone's attention to the paragraph at the bottom of page 34, which I think is really quite significant. And it reads, the draft growth management strategy positions the Scenic Rim to accommodate future growth in housing and employment throughout the region, while maintaining the Scenic Rim as a place where residents can continue to enjoy relaxed living and rural lifestyles, which sets it apart from much of southeast Queensland. So I think that's the very important part of the growth management strategy, that it maintains that important uniqueness of our region.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else wishing to speak additionally to the motion? Sorry, Councillor, do you have a question?
No, you just asked me to speak. Anybody else want to speak additionally?
This is a motion. You've already spoken to the motion. You've spoken against the motion.
So what is the request to speak additionally?
Anyone else who hasn't, I'll put it in full, Councillor. Any other councillors who haven't already spoken to the motion,
okay, thank you,
wishing to speak, and you know that that's the protocol, Councillor, that is always adopted. So it's a little bit mischievous to suggest otherwise. Anyone who hasn't spoken already who wishes to speak to the motion. I will take the opportunity to speak in support of the motion before us. It's again important to note that this is a significant body of work that is a requirement for council to complete. It's also worth noting that in the formation of the current planning scheme, there are a number of councillors who weren't present for that conversation, that we went through a lot of agony and a lot of back and forward with the state, and we did impose tight constraints on further development on Tamborine Mountain in that case, but we did so with the state clearly saying we needed to revisit that through the conversation of a growth management strategy. So it's just one part of a very large region that all need the same consideration. The reality with growth, every time there's a new subdivision, people complain that the view is being destroyed next to them, which happened when their estate was usually developed. Unfortunately, that's the nature of public commentary. I expect the consultation will bring a wide range of views, but it is important realisation for us councillors that we have an obligation under the South East Queensland Regional Plan to accommodate our component of growth as dictated by the state, or we will be failing in our obligation. Now, how we distribute that is a conversation we certainly need to consider. But I support this as the next step in the process. You wish to close, Councillor McGuinness?
Yeah, just to add that I think it's important, and I take Councillor West's point before it will. It's open to the public, and Councillor McConnell also, where it's about getting feedback from the public and then us determining whether this is the right way forward. So we all think we know what the community view is everywhere, but it's this is an important part of the process to actually get feedback. So I commend the motion to councillors.
Okay, put the motion in its three parts. Those in favour?
Councillor McConnell, yes.
Those against? Okay, the motion is carried. Division requested by Councillor Swamborough. Those in favour, it's Mayor Division 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Those against, Division 1. Councillors, thank you, officers, again for your diligent work thus far, and there's a lot more to do. But with the benefit of our new consultation portal, I'm sure that'll bring forward a lot of commentary. We now move to item 10.7, councillors, page 39 in today's agenda. And I ask the acting CEO to re-don his GM Council Sustainability hat to introduce, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good morning again to the listeners out in the digital broadcast. Item 10.7 today is the Council Monthly Financial Report for December 2021. It's interesting to note, even in these new norms with COVID and everything, in the blink of an eye, we're halfway through the financial year. I guess, Mr. Mayor, the financial performance and position report that accompanies this item provides a good snapshot of how council is travelling financially and more importantly, strategically in achieving the outcomes and actions that are contained within our operational and corporate plans. First, it's always good to be able to disclose that we've met all our financial obligations. We don't have any one chasing non-payment and any of the like. All our necessary returns are all actioned, and yeah, we're keeping on top of things. This month, Mr. Mayor, as of 31st December 2021, I'll start with the obvious. In our statement of financial position, council indicates a balance of 50.1 million in cash and investment. Now, while this appears high in nature, it should be read in context with the scheduled capital works and also funding other liability requirements like employee provisions, etc. Meaning that having that balance means that we're meeting our obligations and more importantly, we're satisfying one of the key important measures of financial sustainability, which is the maintaining cash holdings so that we can meet our obligations when it comes to wages and salaries, as well as paying the necessary contractors, service providers, and other businesses alike. As always, Mr. Mayor, we take notes from previous, and this time you'll see a bit more detail in the executive summary that spells out how that particular period has eventuated. You can see there that we're ahead. Our net operating surplus is showing 4.77 million, and that's as explained in the report. That's made up of a number of key factors. One of those being operating expenditure being $6.4 million behind budget expectations. Of that, there's a significant portion that's attributed to about 2.045 million is attributed to grant-funded programs. Also around 826,000 due to positions still looking to be recruited and filled, and payment of ongoing enterprise bargaining back pay. I guess, Mr. Mayor, I'd take the opportunity to provide some insight around how the budgeting phasing it plays a key important factor in how expenditure is tracked against the budgeted amounts. So every year, those that are listening, officers put together, starting from the zero-based budget, what they foresee as being the expenditure for the next 12 months ahead. Obviously, even as we got familiar with the impacts associated with COVID, the new twists and turns associated with the new variants tested the normal routine operations again, and certainly we're seeing unfortunately it's not just council, it's all businesses alike are getting impacted by these the ever evolving challenges, and it's seeing a continual impact on the supply chain mechanisms, as well as the ability for works to actually be done and delivered due to labour shortages. We experience today a number of key staff personnel being away due to maintaining accordance with the COVID requirements. So effectively, Mr. Mayor, for the next 12, what the planning is involved is that the forecast of what amounts are to be expended based on a forecasted ability, a forecasted monthly ability. Sometimes some of those do go amiss due to unforeseen circumstances, including also, I'd like to add, weather occurrences. We've seen a number of days where rains continue to impact, which is quite welcomed, but it's also impacted on the ability to deliver some of the key roads and maintenance works. So any variances to those monthly forecasts are then tried to be ratified through a budget process where the necessary explanation around those are. So at any point in time, yeah, the variations are simply that, the variation to the budget amount, not necessarily to the intended delivery. And unless there are pertaining circumstances which will deviate from our budget process, which will be provided in a format to councils for their awareness and consideration. So that's just an insight into the forecasting of the monthly budgets, Mr. Mayor. Another key aspect, I suppose, I always touch on is our local spend. For the period 1 July 2021 to 31st December 2021, it is indicating there that there's a 21.7% spend within local businesses. This is a bit off compared to other previous periods where we are trying to achieve in those higher amounts. But as we progress and more contracts are let out to sort of bigger suppliers, we miss the opportunity to capture the local spend. Those bigger contractors are when they engage local businesses. So we're evolving our reporting to be able to capture that. That's for example, if a big firm gets engaged, all the money goes to that firm, and that firm's based in Brisbane, so it's spent out of the costs are captured out of the Scenic Rim. However, they may engage a number of subcontractors within the Scenic Rim. So we're now capturing that that local spend through those subcontractors, and we're requiring on their payment things to disclose those so that we can then add those in, so that it is a true and reflective account of the dollars that are staying within the region. And finally, I'll probably just note around the outstanding rates, debtors by category. It does still show a slight variance as compared to the same time last year. However, at that December period, we're still in that last month of the COVID stimulus that council provided for. We'll see that now, tying back closer to the what the amounts were. If there's any significant variances, we'll certainly try and analyse what they could be as a result of. And lastly, prior to our opening to a public questions from the councillors, Mr. Mayor, just a public service announcement, just a reminder that the second half levy have been issued recently, and that in accordance with, they were issued on the 17th, so those that are expecting them in the mail, they should be arriving shortly, and the due date to avail of council's discount is through until the 17th of February. Just taking the opportunity for those that are expecting and awaiting those.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Oliver. Councillors, questions. So could I start with some questions on page 43 of 54? And just in your commentary, given the period of time this is for, I'm trying to understand, certainly in terms of some of the challenges that have occurred because of weather events, and maybe a question on notice for a future date because the GM asset environment isn't here. We've seen significant disruption to our capital and operating program as a result of having to redirect resources to emergent works and recovery works from significant events since the 26th of November. Is that a significant component of what is occurring here in terms of the timing of expenditure? Because when we move to emergent works and recovery works, those are now an insurance process that occurs, and therefore it interferes with our ability to continue with our normal works. Conscious that we have a significant damage bill that is still being finalised since the 26th of November.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that is one of the key factors in here, and obviously along with those events that are declared, there are timeframes required in order to assess, submit, and carry out the works to meet the necessary funding requirements. It's of that nature that there is a commitment, and the General Manager, Asset and Environment Sustainability is away today, but part of that reporting, capital reporting back to councils around the milestones and the dates of delivery. It's expected that, and for visual reference, Mr. Mayor, I'll turn to page 49 of 54 in the report. Paying particular attention to the capital expenditure, you can see, we've technically, there's on paper, we've got an $85 million capital works program that's inclusive of the original budget, carry forward budget, and obviously that $15 million as part of the revised borrowings. You can see where the team have started indicating that 85 isn't going to be, flag knows that it's not potentially going to be delivered by 30th of June, and which is what that period 13 is indicating. Further revision of expectations and delivery of some of those projects, we'd see that as part of the December budget review, consideration of those projects being pushed out. Obviously, there's a fine juggling act to get those, because there are a number that are also linked to grant funding as well, and the commitments, and it's a strategy that's going to be provided by the relevant teams in trying to maintain and deliver the necessary works, but at the right mix of ability to do so. So at this moment, of the 85, there's 20.5 million that's potentially not going to be expected to be delivered this year by 30th of June. However, as you indicated before, just with some of those events that have come out, there's a need to re-review some of the works on the schedule and whether they're further impacted as well.
So can I just clarify from that comment to bring it down into my lay speak? There is still significant potential for further compromise of our proposed capital programs and potentially some of the allocation of our operational programs because of weather events that are still being calculated, plus any that might still occur in the remainder of the year. I think that's important consideration, councillors, that we will need to just start managing, understanding and managing expectation. We physically don't have the workforce or the available workforce or even the contract workforce because we're competing for a scant resource to be able to deliver both recovery and capital. Is that the correct interpretation from what's being said at the moment?
That's correct, Mayor. And on top of the labour, the materials also is a key aspect to some of those jobs.
The availability of materials and the things that we've talked about before. Thank you. Councillors, other questions? Councillor Enright.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Oliver. That's right. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Oliver. A question just going back to the executive summary. In operating revenue, there's the operating grants and subsidies, which is about 2 million lower than budget. Is that purely timing only as far as those series of grants for the ability to deliver, perhaps similar to the Mayor's comment prior about ability to deliver operational projects?
That's correct, Councillor Enright. Predominantly with grants, it's a reimbursement stage. There is a component that they sometimes do pay up front upon executing the deed agreement. The bulk of it is on a claim basis, and you have to spend the dollars first before you'd reimburse. So even though there's a drop in revenue there, that's offset by a drop in the expenditure.
Okay, thank you. Next question. In regarding to the local spend, so page 51 of the report, I note your comment earlier about major contractors who may use local suppliers. How long have we been collecting that data, and is it reflected in this most recent report to the end of December?
No, it's not currently in this report to December. It was just flagged late last year, Councillor, right around the trying to, in past commentaries, I have indicated that whilst it was lagging, there should have been a turnaround in the spike to see it get back to normal once you have that bulk of the purchases, including subscriptions and everything in the first few months of the financial year. Then generally things start to taper and get back to that normal trend. However, that not being appearing, discussions are held in terms of trying to investigate what the root of that cause was, and certainly some of what's identified as some of these bigger contracts that are being let, it's not necessarily capturing. So once that data has been provided, we'll certainly pay direct homage to it and indicate what that potential sudden surge is in the difference from the previous month. Not to say that we've spent that much in that total month, but indicate that accordingly.
And at this stage, do you have a bit of a time frame when that data will be available?
It's actually a project in partnership with AES, because that's where the bulk of the projects are. So the guys have just implemented a process where any statement of claims by the contractors prior to sign off and approval for those, it's capturing who their subcontractors are, one, to make sure that we have a level of assurance that subcontractors are paid, but also ideally that we can identify that if those subcontractors are located within the Scenic Rim, we can capture that data as well.
So it's a bit of work in progress as we develop that data on the payments of contractors' invoices.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Next question, which again you touched on briefly, is the rates debtors, which has increased significantly on the previous year. You mentioned about the stimulus, which finishes at the 31st of December. Do you expect that we'll have a better picture of that come the end of January report?
I'm hoping so. I mean, obviously, part of the initiatives was that the halting of any interest rates, which sort of allowed those ratepayers with outstanding amounts to potentially withhold making payment through till right at the end, because there's beneficials when it comes to a cash flow perspective on that. Now, however, with the incentives of the discount and the ending of the COVID stimulus aspect in that, then we would considerably see a change in some of those statistics. And again, I'll certainly look to analyse those as we see the associated cash flows with the second half levy and the subsequent payments.
Thank you.
Further questions, councillors? Councillor McGuinness.
Yeah, 2 out of the 3 questions that I had were asked, but in a different way to the local spend. Are you going to compare like with like? And I think it's a good idea that you do capture that actually coming from here, but it's also important that that doesn't distort the figures where we've come from and go to.
Yeah, and that's a good question. Initially when we set this data up, we did normalise it because all transactions were generally thrown in the mix, including some of those big payments to like the ATO, superannuation and things like that, which certainly distorted the ability. So, as we've refined the criteria for that reporting, we've really only made it of what's potentially contestable. We're not going to have a telecom provider in the Scenic Rim, or electricity provider in the Scenic Rim. So those transactions are taken out of that reporting to show a normalised effect. Otherwise, it'll definitely be skewed. The spend will be definitely skewed because all those businesses, there's no potential for that to exist in the Scenic Rim.
Yeah. Things like long-term contracts, waste and so on, they're not included in there, I take it, either?
No, not the waste collection one. Obviously, that's a significant one per year. Not.
And there's no real operator in our region at any rate, is there?
Not yet.
Yeah.
And certainly, doesn't close the door on opportunities to explore that as we see the expansion or the growth in Scenic Rim as businesses look to move and relocate. There's always that opportunity, and then the reporting criteria will need to adjust accordingly to suit that.
Yep. The other question I had was following along the Mayor's question on operating revenue. Does the same apply to capital revenue too that we're down on? Is that the lag time for doing these projects and waiting on funding?
We don't necessarily wait. We've got that's where I guess the approach is we're cutting the fine line if we have to wait for the funding to come in before we spend it. So we've got enough working capital to be able to do the jobs, and we rely on timely work by officers to make sure that claims are submitted in time to reimburse council for the applicable works. It's just the revenue and expenditure side there's a common correlation where if we haven't spent it, then we won't be reimbursed. But we're certainly not waiting until we get the funds before we do the works. I guess we've got enough working capital to do the works, submit the necessary claims, and some of those claims could be sitting as receivables. So whilst I did say there's 50 million in cash, I think on the record there's
but it's
$6.2 million in debtors accounts and receivables as well.
Yep. But it's that the work hasn't been done. Those capital items, yep, that the revenue is down.
That's correct.
Yeah. That's all. Yeah, similar to what.
Yeah, similar to the operational
revenue.
We've got to spend it first before we'll claim
okay.
against it.
That's what I thought it would be, but yeah.
That disruption to programs. Further questions, councillors? Councillor Swanborough.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, just a question in relation to page 49 of the report to the acting CEO. Under Vibrant and Active Towns and Villages, we had an annual original budget of 6.4 million. The annual revised budget's now 15 million, but the year-to-date revised budget is just 4 million. Obviously, I assume that you're calculating somewhere in there the commitment of 2.1 million, but I just wondered how you come at the year-to-date revised budget of 4.2 million.
Thanks, Councillor Swanborough. I refer to page 44 of that report, and it just goes back against that staging. So you'll see at that particular point in time, part of the what the capital works, part of their Gantt chart when it comes to the milestones and delivery, they indicated that they're only really delivering that, and the back end between January till 30th of June, that's scheduled to then deliver the bulk of that works of what's available to be done. So that's just about the phasing.
So it's not you've used a flexible budget. You haven't used 6/12ths.
No, and that's what I tried to touch on before. Is that to the best of ability, we try and forecast when we're going to spend and program all those works. But the number of interruptions and everything else that we experience during the year will cause a shift in some of that, explained or unexplained. But
would it be possible to put an asterisk or something against ones where the pro rata is not a straight line thing, so that we can understand that the year-to-date revised budget is not necessarily a monthly pro rata figure?
I think that if you look at that on page 44, that tries to explain that. That's what those graphs try to do. It's saying from the capital expenditure side, you can see very early on there's minimal expenditure, and it ramps up at the tail end of when that works is scheduled to be done, and be it it's because of the design and then the necessary mobilisation and doing the work, and that's certainly a take that on notice in terms of making sure that's covered off when that capital works update report's provided, to give an indication of what those projects that are scheduled for that back end and whether there is the likelihood or what the expectations are, because I mean that was as of September, pre-Omicron or everything else that sort of happened in this place, and blink of an eye things change, and we're always making sure that we're flexible and we've got the right expectations or the right metrics to. Otherwise, we don't want to put false there that there's no expectations to deliver, and then come 30th of June, it's still sitting there.
Yeah, thank you.
Just further point to clarify, particularly with this screen open, noting the example, 2 questions. Firstly, in the middle of the capital expenditure, the December line, when we're looking at our financial papers and we're looking at the detail about actuals, we aren't considering where we see actuals and commitments, and you can see the example there in December. Actual plus commitment is quite significantly higher than what actuals was, and that indicates that there are matters that simply haven't been put forward as for a payment yet. That's what, because we started this process of identifying commitments a number of years ago to try and have the visibility of what was truly already expended, what was actual use of resource allocations.
And that's correct, Mr. Mayor. The commitments are effectively a purchase order to the supplier, so that we've engaged them for the works. So we're just waiting either for the timing for that invoice to come in and provide council, or that work to be done. But we're committed to that work being done. It's just timing issues. But that was just to show that whilst the expenditure side was below the expectations, if you include the commitment, then that gives a fairer picture. But again, the other disclaimer, this is just a financial metric to the delivery works, and you really have to read that in context with the project delivery when it comes to capital expenditure.
Thank you. Any other questions, councillors? If not, we proceed with the recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The recommendation for item 10.7 is that council receive the unaudited financial statements for the period ended 31st December 2021 for the financial year 2021-2022.
You seek a mover. Councillor Enright. Further questions, councillors? Further comments, further discussion? I would just add a piece of discussion that, as we have experienced in certainly in some councils who were around, and this happens regularly across councils where you have significant natural disaster events or unforeseen events that are major, they can significantly disrupt, and we will certainly have challenges with delivery of what was our original planned program of particularly capital works this year. We know there are challenges faced with some of our operational works already because of both COVID limitations on workforce as well as limitations of materials and the impacts of external events such as floods. We just need to be keeping close to that and cognizant of that and transparent about what that will mean about the phasing of some things, noting that we have priority to give to some grant-funded activities that have to meet certain timelines, and that may cause a change of priorities. Would be my discussion to that observation. Anything else, councillors? Not to seek a seconder. Councillor West, wish to speak. Councillor Enright.
Thank you, Mayor. I thank the General Manager for the detail that he's provided in this report and also in the commentary following. I think we understand that a budget is a budget, and that the financial reporting is a point in time, and what goes on behind there is a lot of moving parts, and I think that the conversation we've had is important to understand the variations that impact on our delivery of projects and programs, and I thank the General Manager for providing this snapshot as of 31st of December. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? We put the motion. Those in favour?
Councillor McConnell, yes.
That's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We have an item before us to move into confidential at 11.1 for the purposes of considering confidential matters relating to enterprise bargaining closed under section 254J3B. I seek a motion to... Sorry, Councillor McGuinness.
Mayor, just my daughter works for council. I don't think I've got a conflict here, but just to be open and transparent, I put that on the table if councillors disagree with my assertion.
Sorry, we tried to deal with conflicts of interest earlier.
Sorry, I don't believe I've got a conflict there, but just for openness.
Councillors, probably additional clarifications. Sorry, Councillor Chalk, did you wish to?
Oh, no, I don't believe he has a conflict.
Sorry, Councillor, there are questions, probably just in clarification. The matters we're going to deal with do deal with financial outcomes for a relative of yours. And I guess that's just the flag. That's what this matter deals with. In the content, the enterprise bargaining is considering those impacts. So the first question we have before us, councillors, are there further clarifications we seek from Councillor McGuinness before we determine if there is a conflict? And then if we determine is there a conflict, then we determine separately how to deal with it.
Mr Mayor, setting the salaries for council officers in a process that occurs once every 4 or 5 or maybe even longer years is a bit like, you know, setting the rates where all of our families may or may not benefit. To me, I consider it to be almost like general business or ordinary business. And I don't see that there's a problem with a conflict in that regard. There's just too many things that Councillor McConnell can't influence in relation to this particular matter.
So I believe you mean Councillor McGuinness rather than Councillor McConnell.
Yeah, probably Councillor McConnell as well, but yes, Councillor McGuinness, I apologise.
So, Councillor, I believe on a prior occasion you've identified this as a conflict and left. I'm curious why you now believe it's no longer a conflict.
No, I didn't leave. Council asked me to leave, if I remember correctly, Mayor, at one stage.
And further to Councillor Swanborough's comments, this is quite different to the establishment of rates. It doesn't affect the large majority of the population. It's not a normal business item of council, just to clarity. Don't draw parallels that aren't there. There are quite specific, I believe, identifications of what are normal business and what aren't. Councillor, I guess it's an awkward question, but are there any circumstances that you are involved in business, even though an independent adult, are there any situations where you're in business dealings with the person who's an employee of council?
We have a small business, her husband and myself. She's not dependent on me or dependent on the business, but if councillors would like me to leave the meeting while they discussed it, that's, yeah, I'd rather do it, but yeah, it's certainly a very small business that we operate.
I guess it's about the sniff test that benefit could accrue to you via that from that outcome is the question. So it's about what the reasonable person would conclude. Councillors, any further questions? I will put on the table that I'll then proceed with a motion that that I believe there is a reasonable prospect that a reasonable person could consider that there was the existence of a conflict for Councillor McGuinness. And putting that forward as a motion, I think I need to seek a seconder.
Well, it was original, yeah. So I guess, sorry, Mr. Mayor, from the government's point of view, I guess this is a declaration of a conflict and accordingly would be dealt with otherwise as per the motion.
So I'm proposing a resolution and seeking a second.
Mm-hmm. Mayor, a question if
Questions
I may.
first, yes.
This item came up a number of months ago. Are we able to confirm for consistency what was the outcome when this was raised at the previous item? And I just don't recall when that was.
I think, was it at a meeting held at Boona?
Sorry, no, I thought it was here, Virginia, but yeah, from memory, I left the meeting.
Pause for a moment and just I'll see if we can find the find that from the prior minutes.
No, I thought count.
Was it a workshop?
Ooh, yeah.
No, there was a prior meeting.
It was,
No.
it was normally meeting.
What month?
23rd of November, I was item 11.1, and that's the motion there.
Is it regarding enterprise bargaining?
11.1 is the enterprise bargaining.
Yep.
On that agenda.
It was moved by Councillor Swanborough.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Councillor McConnell, did you witness that, what was put on the screen there?
If you just come, yeah, just go up a bit so I can see the top. Can you hear me?
And 11.1.
You getting that, Councillor McConnell? That was back in the prior consideration, and that was 11.1 related to enterprise bargaining.
Yeah. Yeah, my personal opinion is, as the councillors don't set the percentage, I don't think he does, but I think in transparency and integrity that if he's already done it, then he should just follow that principle.
Okay, so, well, it's up to you if you want to leave. I think, Councillor McConnell, just to clarify, you're looking at that precedent and suggesting that that's the standard that should be continued?
Yeah, if Councillor McGuinness has already done that in the past. I think he should just keep with that. Not that, as I said, I don't believe he does, because we don't set the rate. That's already done. We just approve it. So, but if he's already done that, I think it's easy to just
be careful discussing the content of the matter, please, councillor. I just wish the notions of confidentiality had more substance for people. So, councillors, there is a motion there, unless Councillor McGuinness, you wish to...
Yeah, I was just going to say, would you like me to leave the meeting while you discuss this?
Well, I think we have discussed it. Up to you whether you wish to leave. It's up to you, really, whether you wish to leave, unless councillors feel...
I don't believe I have a conflict, but I take Councillor Enright's point. It was done once. It's maybe it is better off than not being there, but such is life these days.
So put the motion. I seek a seconder to the motion. Councillor West. Councillors. Oh, that didn't sound good. Outside. Perhaps, councillor, if you're going to step out while we discuss this, you just see what crashed in the corridor, and render first aid if possible.
Can we just see that motion, Sharon?
Sorry.
Thank you. Should that have something like
So, well, I always prefer to deal with these as two separate motions. Okay. One is the determination, I just take that from, one is the determination, is there a conflict? The second is how to deal with it. And dealing with them in two separate steps doesn't confuse the consideration between those two aspects. So I move that there is a conflict of interest for Councillor McGuinness on that basis. My motion is that I believe there is a conflict of interest for Councillor McGuinness in this matter. I've got a seconder.
Yes.
Declarable, I think.
Yes.
Declarable should be in the wording. Declarable should be in the wording. But that there is a declarable conflict of interest. I don't think I need to speak to it further. I've explained my context. Anyone wishing to speak against? And anyone wishing to speak additionally? Not put. Yes, Councillor Swanner.
Look, I think Councillor McConnell's right. If you've got a precedent there, too much of a grey area. I think if in doubt, you have to step out.
Thank you. Those in favour?
Councillor McConnell, yes.
Okay, so that's carried unanimously. Now, how to deal with that identified conflict of interest, councillors?
What was the precedent?
The precedent was that he exited the meeting.
Yeah,
he did not participate in consideration, discussion or voting on that matter. That's the wording.
Yeah.
So we just separate out the second half of that last wording. And come forward to a new, bring that forward. I think therefore the motion is for item 11.1 in managing the declarable conflict of interest, which has now been established above, that Councillor McGuinness not participate in, yes, in the consideration, discussion or voting on that matter? You're moving that? Moving Councillor Enright. Further questions, clarifications? Discussion, seconder. All right, Councillor West. Wish to speak further, Councillor Enright?
Thank you, Mayor. I think consistency is the key here, and I think this is the right way to progress, as we have done on a previous occasion on the same item.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? I'll put them up to Councillor Swanborough.
Mr Mayor, it is a grey area, but I think as it's a family member, it distinguishes, you know, what could be a very difficult question if everybody was asked, do they have a colleague, a past colleague or a friend who works for the council, you know, and we went round and questioned every councillor in the room about how close that friendship was. Maybe we'd all be in the room here declaring a conflict of interest. So it becomes a very difficult grey area in my view, but probably the way we're going is the right way to go.
Can I just clarify, Councillor, are you suggesting that you believe there are close personal relationships with others in the room that should be considered?
That would be, no, I'm not declaring anybody, but I'm just pointing out the dilemma of a situation that hypothetically could arise.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Again, those matters people would need to be cognizant of and bring forward, and it's that accountability for councillors. Thank you. Councillors, I put the motion to vote. Those in favour?
Councillor McConnell, yes.
That's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Would someone please recover Councillor McGuinness, who may or may not be rendering assistance to whatever sounded like it crashed in the corridor? No crash in the corridor, that's good. Thank you for your patience, councillor. The unconflicted councillors have concluded that there is the declarable conflict of interest, and the best way to manage that is for you to not participate in consideration, discussion or voting on the matter. However, we will now seek a motion to move into closed for the purposes already discussed. Councillor Swanborough, seconder, Councillor West. Any further discussion to that? If not, those in favour?
Councillor McConnell, yes.
Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. For those in the digital gallery, we will be moving into closed session for the purpose of considering item 11.1. We will also take an adjournment at this time to gather some lunch. So I anticipate we may return around 1:30 is my best guess at this time. Please, thank you for your patience, and we will press on. Ready? Councillors, I seek a motion to return into open session. Councillor West, seconder Councillor Enright. Any further discussion to that? Not really. Those in favour? Councillor McGuinness, we returning into open? Yep. Councillor McConnell?
Yes.
Thank you. That is unanimous. We're now back in open session. Welcome back those who've joined us still in the digital gallery. We have a recommendation before us. GM, could you please introduce this recommendation? Councillor McGuinness, whilst you've been in to come back into the session, I believe it's now appropriate that you leave us again for the consideration of this recommendation. I'm sorry. That's the yo-yo effect we've been through a few times.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. The recommendation for confidential item number 11.1 is that Council notes the progress made to date on enterprise bargaining to establish a new agreement. In addition to the negotiated flexibility and other non-wages related claims, Council approves the proposed new wages offer as detailed in this report. And 3, in accordance with clause 22.6.3 of the Scenic Rim Regional Council Standing Orders Procedure CM 03.01 PR.01, Council maintains confidentiality and this report not be released.
Thank you. I seek a mover. Councillor Chalk. Any additional questions? Additional discussions? Seek a seconder. Councillor West, wish to speak further? Councillor Chalk. Anyone wishing to speak additionally? Put the motion. Those in favour?
Councillor McConnell, yes.
That's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. That brings us to the close of the business of the meeting, the ordinary meeting of 18th of January. Thank you to those who joined us throughout the day. We bid you good afternoon. Thank you, councillors and officers, for your diligent assistance.